Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? So I'll just wait for another minute or so. Let others join in, and then we'll start. Okay, so let us start. Just a quick response, guys. Am I audible to each and everyone? Can I get a yes or no in the chat box? Come on. Perfect. Okay. So the first thing would be, guys, in my sessions, make sure you respond either either by unmuting yourself or in the chat box. Respond, right? Whatever, if I ask you something, make sure you say yes or no, or if you have any doubts, make sure you respond, make sure you put it in the chat box. Okay, so let us start with the quantitative session, guys. We are starting with the first topic, right? Since we have a whole day to start with, right? My name is Shivali, right? And I'll be taking all your quantitative sessions. So let us start with the first topic, that is equations, ratios, and proportions. Quite an easy one to start with, right? So I'll just go through the basics quickly. My way of teaching would be to go through the basics, understand the basics first, and then we'll start with the questions. I don't believe in directly starting with the advanced questions or directly giving you advanced techniques or shortcuts or something. Understand the concepts first. If you understand the concepts, you would be knowing what approach you need to take for a particular question. Approaches are important. एक ही method लेके सारे questions solve नहीं होते. हो भी जाए, पर अगर आपको कम से कम टाइम में सॉल्व करना है, राइट, यू शुड बी नोइंग कि कौन से अप्रोच से कितना फास्ट होगा. Every method would not suit every question, so you have to change your approaches. And when is that possible, guys? Only and only if you know the concepts properly. You would say that I learn the formulas, but one formula is one method, so you cannot stick to one formula to solve all different types of questions, right? You will have to modify your approach. So just by learning formulas, just by understanding techniques or shortcuts is not going to help. वो बात की बात है जब आपका already सब concepts clear है, you have practiced a good amount of questions and then you come up with the shortcuts or techniques. Correct? So shortcuts matlab hi wo different approaches, right? So concepts are important. So make sure you understand the concepts. Even if you know a topic, right, make sure you just go through it quickly. Sun lo sirf, right? So if you have any doubts, you can ask me, right? So let us start with the first one, that is equations, ratios, and proportions. Two different topics. I hope I'm audible. Okay. So when I start with equations, right, what type of questions do you get over here? As in, you would be dealing with word problems, right? You read the problem, you form the equations, and you solve them, right? So forming equations is important. And how do we form equations? We will see while dealing with the questions itself, right? So here, most probably you work with linear equations, right? So what are linear equations? What are linear equations, guys? Anybody in the chat box? Come on. How do you differentiate equations? How do you know whether a given equation is a linear equation? Anybody? You can answer privately, or I'll just change the setting so that only I can see your chat, so that you don't have to worry about your wrong answers. Come on. That is perfect. Yes. Linear equations are what? With the degree of 1. Degree of the equation is 1. Now, what do you mean by degree is 1? That means the highest power of the variable is going to be 1. 1 से ज़्यादा power हो ही नहीं सकता वो particular equation में. Right? For example, x plus y equals to 10. See, these two are variables and the highest powers are 1. So this becomes a linear equation, right? If I'm dealing with 2x plus 5 equals to 0, this is a linear equation, right? Now, what if I have x square plus 2x plus 3 equals to 0? So here the highest power is 2, so this becomes quadratic, right? So you need to understand the basics. So here either you will be dealing with one unknown variable or two unknown variables or three unknown variables and so on. Correct? This is two unknown variables. This is only one unknown variable. जैसा डिग्री है, जितना डिग्री होता है ना, उतना solutions होता है variables का. So if degree is 1, you will get only one solution. Right? तो जितना unknown variables है, उतना equations necessary होता है to solve that system of equations. Correct? For example, if I have one unknown variable, one equation is enough to solve. Right? For example, this 2x plus 5 equals to 0. So एक ही वेरिएबल है, एक ही इक्वेशन काफी है x का वैल्यू फाइंड करने के लिए. So 2x equals to -5, x is equals to -5 by 2. Done. But what if you're dealing with two variables like x plus y equals to 10? How are you going to find the value? आप लिखोगे x is equals to 10 minus y, but still x and y अभी भी missing है, right? So whenever you're dealing with two unknown variables, जितना ज़्यादा variables उतना equations आपको लगेगा. So अगर two unknown variables, right, then you will require two equations. Three unknown variables, three equations, and so on. Right? So agar if I have x plus y equals to 10, let's take another 2x plus y equals to 20, right? Then you can solve these two equations and you get the values of x and y respectively. How do you solve them? Either simultaneously, you must be knowing this, simultaneously या फिर elimination method उसको बोलते हैं. You try to add or subtract the equations, फिर एक variable cancel out हो जाता है and then you get the value of the other variable. Or you can use substitution method. Substitution, एक equation आप दूसरी equation में substitute करते हो. Either ways you can solve it, whichever you find it easier to solve with, right? So these are basically equations, and as I said, you will be dealing with linear equations most of the times. So in equations, you get word problems, you get H problems. These word problems can be with respect to geometry, with respect to arithmetics, with respect to algebra, it could be anything, right? Then we come up to ratios. Equations में ज़्यादा theory नहीं बता पाएंगे, right? जितना questions आएंगे उतना deal करते जाएंगे. Now coming to ratios, can anybody tell me what are ratios? Be responsive, guys. Two-way interaction होगा तो better रहेगा. ये ऐसा फिर बोर होगा, 5-6 घंटा निकालना है आज के दिन में. So be interactive, guys. Come on. What do you understand by ratios? Okay. So fraction or parts, that is one of the types of ratios, right? Division of two quantities having same units, that is perfect, right? So when I say that ratios is basically comparison of two quantities. I'm comparing two quantities. It is comparison of two quantities, right? But there's a more specific thing to it, that is these quantities should have same units. Comparison of two quantities which having same units of measurements. Having same units of measurements. दोनों जो भी क्वांटिटी आप कंपेयर कर रहे हो, दोनों के भी यूनिट सेम होने चाहिए. Why so? अगर डिफरेंट हुए तो क्या हुआ? अगर डिफरेंट हुए तो हम लोग उसको रेट्स बोलते हैं. जो भी क्वांटिटीज आप कंपेयर कर रहे हो, अगर उसके यूनिट्स डिफरेंट है तो हम लोग उसको रेट्स बोलेंगे. फॉर एग्जांपल किलोमीटर्स पर आवर, राइट, और केजी पर मीटर क्यूब. So these are all rates. Number of pound, miles per hour, whatever the case is. So in case of ratios, why do we require same units? Because we are dealing with unitless. Because ratio is always unitless, no? तो अगर मेरे पास समझो एक स्केल है AB, which is 10 centimeters long, right? Let's say I cut it at point C. So this is 7 centimeters, this is 3 centimeters. I compare AC with BC, right? So AC is 7 centimeters, BC is 3 centimeters. Centimeters get cancelled out. You get a ratio that is unitless, 7:3, right? So ratio is unitless. Correct? They can be represented as A by B, or they can be written as A:B, or they can be written as A to B. Correct? This is how you write a ratio. Now, next important thing that you need to understand is that the ratio is always in its lowest form, in its reduced form, correct? Ratio is always in its lowest form. Now, what do I understand by it? For example, have you ever seen a ratio that says 10:15? ऐसे कभी ratio देखा है? You will never see a ratio like this, because you can reduce it further and say the ratio is 2:3. Right? Have you ever seen 14:16 as a ratio? No, because it can be reduced to 7:8. Right? So ratio is always in the lowest form. उसको हम लोग को reduce करना है जब तक वो आगे further divide नहीं हो सके. Decimal में नहीं रखना है, उसको A by B form में ही रखना है. Correct? And since the ratio is always in its lowest form, I cannot directly say that, if I write A by B is equals to something, let's say 2 by 3, I cannot directly say that A is 2 and B is 3. Why so? Let's understand that as well. Let's say we have some apples with us, right? तो अगर मुझे ये apples A और B में distribute करना है, right? If I have to distribute these apples between A and B, let's say I have distributed it in the ratio 2:3. So can I directly say that A has 2 apples and B has 3 apples, guys? Yes or no in the chat box? Come on. I have some apples. I have to distribute them between A and B. I distributed them in the ratio 2:3. So can I directly say that A has 2 apples and B has 3 apples? Is it the correct way of concluding this? Come on, others, be responsive. Akash Chaudhary, what do you feel? What do you think of it? No. Okay, Vivek. What do you think? Can we say that A has 2 apples and B has 3 apples? I want you all to answer. If not, that's correct. Okay. So in that case, as we discussed that, apples are always in the lowest form. You cannot directly say that A has 2 and B has 3 apples. No, क्या पता एक बड़ा value था और उसको reduce करके हम लोग ने 2/3 लिखा है, right? So it could be 4/6 as well. So in that case, I cannot directly equate that A is 2 and B is 3. You will always consider a common multiple X. So whenever a ratio is given, your first job will be to consider a common multiple X, and then you will see that A has 2 X apples and B has 3 X apples, right? So so whatever be the value of X, उसके हिसाब से आपका apples का number decide होगा. So if X is 1, number of apples will be 2 and 3. If X is 2, it will be 4 and 6, and so on. So never forget this common multiple concept. Okay. Now next is when we talk about proportions. Now when are the ratios and proportions? Or what do you understand in proportions? Come on, we'll go just quickly with this. What do you understand in proportions? Come on guys, when are ratios said to be in proportion? Yes, that is correct. So I'll say if we have a ratio A upon B, we have another ratio C upon D, right? Let's say if I have a ratio A upon B, I have another ratio C upon D, and if these two ratios are equal, they are said to be in proportion. They are said to be in proportion. For example, 2/3 is a ratio. Isn't 2/3 same as writing 4/6? Isn't it same as writing 6/9? Isn't it same as writing 8/12? So all these ratios are equal only, no? 4/6 को आपने reduce किया तो 2/3 मिलेगा. 6/9 भी 2/3 होगा. So all these ratios are equal, or we can say they are in proportion. Am I clear with that, everybody? And when two ratios are in proportion, you simply cross multiply them and you find the missing part. So out of A, D, C and B, जो भी missing है, you can just form this proportion and find out the missing variable. Okay. So I just want you to answer the two questions that I'm giving you right now. Answer these two questions, then we will discuss further. I want you all to answer these two questions. Answer privately, anyways, privately hoga. Start answering these two questions. Do the first one first, guys. Come on. सबसे पहला ये question करो. And I hope you know that you cannot use a calculator in quantitative topics, right? You are not allowed to use a calculator even during your APTI exam. So make sure whatever calculations you do it manually. अगर आप बोलोगे अभी के लिए मैं कर लेता हूँ, उसकी भी जरूरत नहीं है, because फिर वो practice नहीं रहेगा, right? You need to start practicing manually from now onwards. So calculator को touch भी मत करना and do it on your own. Come on. So I can see some answers coming up. So I can see first is correct for everybody. Namrata, Vivek, Namrata, Vivek, that is correct. Janvi, that is correct. Mohit, that is correct. Riddhi, check your first answer, please. Mansi, the first one is correct. Akash, that is correct. Pratik, Amay, that is correct. And those who have answered the second one, it is wrong. Second is wrong. Do it again, everybody. Prashant, the first is correct. Second is wrong. Vivek, your second is wrong. Akash, your second is wrong. Riddhi, second is wrong. Mansi, second is wrong. Janvi, second is wrong. Riddhi, what is your first answer? Can you tell me again? Maybe it would be some typing mistake or something. Akash, first is correct. Second is wrong. Pawan, first is correct. Second is wrong. Yes, Riddhi, first is correct. Tejashri, first is correct. Shruti, no, that is wrong. Second is wrong. Do the first one first, guys. Shruti, is that incomplete? Is that your first answer and is it incomplete? Pawan, that is wrong. Mostly first सबको right आ रहा है, second wrong जा रहा है. I'll tell you why. That is why I gave you these two questions. क्योंकि concept clear नहीं है. आप solve कर रहे हो, but आप एक ही approach use कर रहे हो दोनों questions solve करने के लिए. तो मुझे वही आपको बताना है कि आपको approach change करना होगा question के हिसाब से, guys. No, Riddhi, second is wrong. I'll give you another 2 minutes. I want everybody to try the second one out. Come on. थोड़ा और दिमाग लगाओ करो. Prashant, the second is wrong. Mohit, that is perfect. Good. Janvi, that's perfect now. Okay, so let us discuss this concept, guys. Mukul, that is correct. Yes. Akash, that's correct. Akash Mahajan, that is correct. Akash Chaudhary, the second is wrong. Okay, let us discuss what is the concept that we are talking about over here. So here we are basically talking about directly proportional and inversely proportional concept, guys. I want everybody to pay attention now. Come on. The first concept is directly proportional. What do you understand by directly proportional, guys? Tell me quickly. What do you understand by directly proportional? Exactly, Riddhi. What do you understand by directly proportional? As one quantity increases, other also increases, correct? So in that case, how do we mathematically represent it? Like this is directly proportional to B. If I remove this proportionality sign, I'll get a constant K. Am I audible, guys? I got disconnected actually. Okay. So I hope you understood this. Everything is gone. The concept of directly proportional, correct? So everybody followed this. They said that, when there were 150 pills, 6 patients were treated. So obviously अगर 10 patients को treat करना है तो ज्यादा pills लगेगा. तो अगर मैंने patients बढ़ाया तो pills भी बढ़ेगा. Directly proportional है. So how do you set up the problem? A1 upon B1 equals to A2 upon B2. Quotient is constant, right? 150 pills for 6 patients. Then how many pills for 10 patients? So you do 150 into 10 by 6, 2s are 50s are, so you get 250 as the answer. And then everybody followed the same approach for the second question as well. That is incorrect, and that is why everybody, most of you were getting 49 as the answer, which is absolutely wrong, right? Now you need to understand why. So here we are going to understand the concept of indirectly or inversely proportional. आप सेम अप्रोच नहीं यूज कर सकते. इनवर्सली प्रोपोर्शनल में क्या होता है गाइस? एज वन क्वांटिटी इंक्रीजेस अदर डिक्रीजेस, या फिर वाइस वर्सा, करेक्ट? So you would write it as A inversely proportional to B, remove the proportionality sign, so you get K. This is the constant, correct? So you get A into B is equals to K. See, product is constant. Product comes out to be constant when you're dealing with inversely proportional quantities. How do you form the proportions? A1 into B1 equals to A2 into B2 equals to A3 into B3, and this will be constant. Am I clear with this, everybody? See, the approach has changed. तो ये कुछ फॉर्मूला ऐसे ध्यान में नहीं रखना है, आपको कंसेप्ट ध्यान में रखना है कि I'll just analyze the question, what is given in the question. Right now, see everybody, start answering the second one. See if you are able to solve this one or not. Come on. A hospital has enough pills. Let's assume, just आपके अंडरस्टैंडिंग के लिए हम लोग assume कर लेते हैं कि 100 pills है. तो अगर 100 pills है तो वो 10 patients के लिए 14 days तक चलेगा ना. अपना पिल्स कांस्टेंट ही है, राइट, 100 ही रहेगा. तो 10 पेशेंट्स है तो 14 दिन तक चलेगा. तो अगर मैंने 35 पेशेंट्स किया, तो अगर मैंने पेशेंट्स बढ़ाया, तो गाइस इफ आई इंक्रीज द नंबर ऑफ पेशेंट्स, मेरा डेज कम होना चाहिए. कम डेज तक चलेगा या ज्यादा दिन तक चलेगा? टेल मी, विल द नंबर ऑफ डेज इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज? That is the concept, right? If your number of pills is constant, if you read the question, as you increase the number of patients, the number of days should decrease. So in that case, 49 wrong हुआ ना? अगर आप A1 upon B1 equals to A2 upon B2 concept लगाते हो, इसका मीनिंग है कि A बढ़ने पे B भी बढ़ना चाहिए. इसलिए पेशेंट्स बढ़ाने पे आपको 49 आंसर आया कि डेज भी बढ़ा, which is wrong. आपका कंसेप्ट क्या होना चाहिए? A1 इंटू B1 इक्वल्स टू A2 इंटू B2, एज इन ये A बढ़ाने से B मेरा डिक्रीज हो रहा है, तो 35 पेशेंट्स बढ़ाने से डेज कम होना चाहिए. नाउ सब्स्टिट्यूट 10 पेशेंट्स 14 days, then 35 patients how many days? 7 2s are 5s are 1s are 2s are, so you get 4 as the answer. So 4 days is the correct answer. देखो 14 से कम भी हुआ 4. Is this thing clear to everybody? So a concept that you should be remembering now for this whole time, okay? Do not forget this. Am I clear with this, everybody? Perfect. Let us start solving questions. We'll start with equations. Mixed questions. Let us start with this first one. That is correct. Mohit, that is correct. Riddhi, that is correct. Only 2 answers till now, guys. Come on. Start answering. It's quite an easy one. Okay, let us answer this question, guys. 882 is absolutely correct. How do we solve this one? A student asked to find 3/7 of a number and he instead multiplied it by 7 by 3. Right? Let's say we have a number x. ये अपना number है. This is the number that we are talking about. And the student had to find what is 3/7 of that number. ये find करना था. Right? This was the correct answer that we had to find. But what did he find then? He found out 7 by 3 of x. पर ये करने की वजह से what is he getting? He got an answer which was more than the correct answer by 1680. Whenever you see more means addition. More is addition. Less means subtraction, correct? So in that case, whatever answer he has got, right? Correct answer say 3 by 7 of x is the correct answer. So correct answer से उसको 1680 ज्यादा answer आया. So we did plus. So we got our equation, no? Whenever you see such word problems, the forming equation is important. So 7 by 3 of x minus 3 by 7 of x is equals to 1680. Solve this. 49x minus cross multiply. पता है ना fractions कैसे solve करते हैं? Cross multiply 49x minus 9x upon 7 3s are 21 equals to 1680. 49 minus 9 is 40. Right? 1680 21 उधर जाएगा 40 आएगा नीचे. So 42 into 21, 21 2s are 42, 21 4s are 84, 84 plus 2. So 84 plus 4 is how much? 88. So 882 is going to be the answer. Is it clear to everybody? I can see so many of you have not answered this question. Are we clear with this? Everybody, come on. This was an easy one though. Let's see another question. Can others reply as well? Are you guys following? Okay. Now try this one. This is even easier. Yes, that is correct, Akash Chaudhary. Mohit, that is correct. Mansi, Namrata, that is correct. Good. Riddhi, that is correct. Nakul, that is correct. Janvi, that is correct. Good, guys. Come on, few more answers. Then I'll discuss this. Shri, that is correct. Pawan, that is not correct. ये क्या हो गया? आंसर है इसमें बाबा. Jayesh, that's correct. Okay, let us discuss this question. A rope of 77 meters. So we have a rope which is 77 meters long. It's cut into two pieces. So I randomly cut it into two pieces such that if one piece is X, the other piece is going to be 4/7 of it. If one piece is X, the other piece is going to be 4/7 of it. Correct? That is, so I know if I join these two pieces, X plus 4/7 of X, I'm surely going to get 77. Correct? That is it. You just have to solve this one. Cross multiply. 7x plus 4x is 11x/7. So x will be 77 into 7/11. 1s are 7s are 49. So I understood that x is 49. And this is going to be obviously lesser than that. That is 28. Right? So what have they said? That is not done. Right? It is still incomplete. What is the length of 3/14 of the longer piece? So I can clearly see that out of 49 and 28, this is the longer piece, right? And we have to find 3 by 14th of that. 2s are, 7s are, so you get 21 by 2, that is 10.5. So 10.5 is absolutely correct. Are we clear with this, everybody? Let's take another question. So here we are dealing with basically equations, right? Is everybody following? Those who couldn't answer, have you understood? Amisha, Rishabh, are you guys following? Ajay, Rutuja? See, if I don't get your responses, I will, I will not let you attend the lectures then. That means you are just kept it on and then you guys are not paying attention in that case. Let's see the next question. Now, this is an age question. First, try this out and then I'll tell you how to solve such questions. Age questions. Same ही होते हैं, easy ही होते हैं. Just one thing, start with the present age. Okay. If you start with the present age, it becomes more easier to solve the question. If present age is not given, then assume something and start with it. No, Prashant, that is incorrect. Do it again. Akash, that is correct. Good. Sakshi, that is wrong. Riddhi, that is wrong. Rishabh, that is wrong. Do it again. Ajay, that is correct. Yes. Mohit, that is correct. It's not 2 years, it's 2 times. Okay. Yeah. So let us solve this one. Father is aged 3 times more than his son Sunil. After 8 years, right? He would be 2.5 times of Sunil age. So I said you can directly start with the present age, guys. So if I, since present age is not given, I'll assume. अभी assume एक ही वेरिएबल लोगे तो बेटर रहेगा. So there are two people right now, father and Sunil. So I'll assume just one variable for either of the person, and then I'll relate the other one with the same variable. Correct? So father and Sunil, since father's relation is given with respect to Sunil, father's age is given with respect to Sunil. I'll do is I'll assume Sunil's age, that is X. If Sunil's age is X, father's age is how much? Father is aged 3 times more. Dekho, times means multiplication, more means plus. This is a basic thing that many of you go wrong over here. Father is aged 3 times more than his son Sunil. मतलब whatever age is of Sunil, उससे 3 times ज़्यादा father का age है. Are you understanding? Sunil से 3 times ज़्यादा father का age है. So that is going to be 4x. Yes or no? That is going to be 4x. So if Sunil's present age is x, father's present age is going to be 4x. And once we get the present ages, it becomes easier to apply the conditions. Whether you are going 4 years earlier or 4 years ahead in the future, right? You can simply do plus and minus from the present age. So in that case, right, we are talking about after 8 years. So if it is after 8 years, if right now I'm 25 years old, after 8 years, obviously I would be 25 plus 8, that is 33 years old, correct? If it would have been 5 years earlier or 5 years ago, that means if I'm 25 today, it will be minus 5. That will be 20 years I will be back then, correct? So if you know the present age, it becomes easier, guys, to solve. So if it is after 8 years, right? If Sunil is X right now, after 8 years, he will be X plus 8. If father is 4X right now, he will be 4X plus 8. And after 8 years, what is the condition? Father would be 2.5 times of Sunil age. 2.5 means what? 5/2, right? I'll keep it in fraction. It is better. So father would be 5/2 times, or 2.5 means 5/2, right, of Sunil's age. So what should I be taking in the place of FNS? ये X और 4X present age है. 8 साल पहले का 8 साल बाद का बात चालू है, तो कंडीशन भी उसी एज पे हम लोग यूज करेंगे. So it will be 4X plus 8 is father's age right now after 8 years. So 2 यहाँ पे आएगा 5 times X plus 8. Solve this, you will get X का value. Can you tell me what is X value, guys? Come on. Tanmay, Sanket, that is correct. Good. What is the X value over here? Tell me quickly. Yes, that is at 8, right? Now it becomes easier to solve. Pay attention. We started with present age. Let's say this is Sunil, this is father. So Sunil का present age कितना आया? 8, right? So present age of father कितना आएगा? 4 into 8, that is 32. ये present age है. Then we had the first condition after 8 years. After 8 years कितना होगा? Plus 8 करो. So that will be, Sunil will be 16 years old and father will be what? 32 plus 8, 40 years old, right? उसके बाद after further 8 years, मतलब और 8 साल बाद ये कितना होगा? 24, और ये होगा 40 plus 8, that is 48. तो इसमें रिलेशन फाइंड करना है कि father is how many times of Sunil. I can clearly see father is 2 times. So 2 times will be the answer. Okay, present age is important. I hope you are understanding this. Am I clear with this, everybody? Can I get a quick yes? Come on, if it is clear or not. Then we'll move on to the next question. Perfect. Okay. Yes, Riddhi, tell me. Should I unmute? Okay, 1 second. You can now. Tell me.
Ma'am, actually in the question it's given father is aged 3 times more than his son. So can we
Yes.
put if Sunil's age is X, then father's age can be
Hmm.
3X as well. Why you took 4X?
Acha. So, okay. That's a good doubt. As I said, 3 times. When you talk about times का interpretation ही होता है multiplication. You could interpret that, right? But when we talk about more का interpretation होता है addition. उससे ज्यादा, right? 3 times मतलब directly वो 3 times है. But 3 times से ज्यादा है मतलब what? Already सुनील X है. Father उससे 3 times ज्यादा है. मतलब X का more means plus. सुनील से वो 3 times ज्यादा है. That is why you get, you directly do 4x. See, if it would have been directly father is 3 times the age of Sunil, so you would have directly taken 3x. Directly अगर 3 times होता, ये more भी नहीं होता तो 3x होता. But 3 times से ज्यादा है बोला है, 3 times more बोला है, तो you will have to add as well in the
Okay, ma'am.
initial age. Okay.
Because I solved using 3x. So in
Hmm.
chat I gave 4 times, but again I saw there was my calculation mistake. So even
That
if I
would be
took,
like गलती से, coincidentally you can say.
okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
हाँ.
Okay. Thank you,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Yes. Okay, everybody solve this one. If anybody has answered anything, type it out again. I couldn't see the chat. Yes, Mukul, that is correct. Shri, that is incomplete, I guess. It is incomplete. And there's no such option. You have to give the total hours to earn 432 rupees, no? Yes, Rutuja, that is correct. Yes, Ajay, that is correct. Akash, Mansi, that is correct. Tanmay, थोड़ा सा extra हो गया कुछ. Janvi, that is correct. Let us solve this question. In a regular week, yes, Mohit Tejasvi, that is correct. There are 5 working days and for each day the working hours are 8. Okay, मतलब एक regular week में हम लोग in a regular week we consider 5 days, 5 working days, 8 hours each. Right? So if we have 4 such weeks, ये 1 week का scenario है. So अगर we have 4 weeks, so that will be 4 5s are 20 days and that will be equivalent to 20 into 8, 160 hours. Right? So total 160 hours है regular का. So I know that for the regular week, regular hours, the cost is 2.40 per hour. 1 hour is 2.40. So in that case, for 160 hours, it will give you how much payment? That will be 160 into 2.4, or I can say 16 into 24. How much is that, guys? Tell me. So for regular, it is, right? 16 fours are 64, 16 twos are 32 plus 6, 38. So 384 rupees तो 160 hours काम करके 384 rupees मिल रहा है. But हम लोग को total कितना, he has earned how much? 432 he has earned. 432 में 384 तो 160 hours करके मिला regular. तो बचा कितना guys? बचा 48. तो 48 rupees जो है वो कितने आवर्स ओवर टाइम करने से मिलेगा? बिकॉज दिस इज रेगुलर. तो बचा हुआ रेगुलर सिर्फ वो इतना ही कर सकता है, तो बचा ओवर टाइम. सो फॉर how many hours he has to work overtime, so he can earn 48 rupees. So for that they have given this part, that 1 overtime hour gives you 3.20 rupees. So 48 rupees चाहिए तो कितना hours काम करना पड़ेगा? So that will be 48 upon 3.2. Right? So this is 4s are, this is, my bad, this is 3s are. 1 second. Let's write it properly. This is 48, 3.2, or let's write it as 480 by 32. Correct? So this is 30s are, my bad. Right? And this is 2s are, so you get 15 as the answer. Right? So this is 15 hours overtime. Total kitna hua? 160 plus 15, that is 175 hours. So 175 is the correct answer, right? So if I use this whole board, that doesn't mean you have to do all these steps. You don't have to write this. You can directly come to 160 by, reading it manually. 5 working days है, 4 weeks है, तो total 4 5 20 days हुआ, 8 hours each है, तो 160 hours हुआ. And then you can directly come to this part, right? So if I write this, you need not have to write all this. Even you do not have to write all this again. You simply have to solve it. Do this one now.
Hello. Hello, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Yes, bolo, Nishika.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm a TPC volunteer. I just wanted to post attendance for the students. So could you change the chat box settings to everyone? For
Okay,
just
okay, yes,
5
sure.
minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. It is done.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Hello, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Can you please show me the fourth question once again?
Yeah, sure.
Just the question.
This was the question.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, ma'am, done.
Okay. Till then, others, you can keep solving this fifth question. No, Shri, that is incorrect. Do it again. You want to find out B's value, huh? B's money. No, Prashant, that is incorrect. Apurva, that's incorrect. Mohit, that is incorrect. Why so, guys? Rutuja, that is correct. Good. Why so many wrong answers? Yes, Jayesh, that is correct. Siddhay, that's not correct. Do it again. Let me solve this one. We are running out of time. A and B each has some money. If A gives rupees 30, okay, let me change. Yes, Amisha, that is correct. And answer privately. 34 is absolutely correct. I want everybody to pay attention because so many of you have answered it incorrectly. Yes, the recording will be available. Sure. A and B each has some money. If A gives rupees 30 to B, then B will have twice the money left with A. Now let's just assume that A has A rupees, and B has B rupees. Now what is happening? Pay attention. This is if and then conditions are given. A और B को लिख देती हूँ मैं यहाँ पे. If A gives rupees 30 to B, how will I form my equation? A B को 30 rupees दे रहा है. A खुद में से दे रहा है ना, तो अगर A 30 rupees देगा तो मुझे B में ऐड करना पड़ेगा, पर A में से सब्ट्रैक्ट भी तो करना पड़ेगा ना. Many of you must have missed this part. वे -30 करने को भूले रहेंगे तुम लोग. If you are adding 30 in B, you have to subtract it from A as well, no? खुद में से वो 30 दे रहा है B को. And after doing this transaction, B will have, ये जो है ये B के पास है, B will have how much? Will means equals to, B will have how much? Twice the money left with A. A के पास जो भी पैसा बाकी है उसका twice B के पास रहेगा. So you get the first equation. I hope this part is clear. So open the brackets. This is what you get. Now apply the second condition. Now let's again say A has A and B has B amount of money. But if B gives rupees 10 to A, मतलब B खुद में से 10 rupees निकाल रहा है और A को दे रहा है. This is what the transaction would look like. And after doing this, A will have thrice the money left with B. So you get the second equation. A plus 10 equals to 3B minus 30. I want B's value, so I'll substitute A. 330 minus 10 is 40. So ये जो A value आपको मिला है, substitute it in this equation. Correct? So what will happen? 2 times 3B minus 40 minus 60 minus 30 equals to B. Right? This is 6B minus 80 minus 90. Right? So this will be 5B and this will be 170. So B will be how much, guys? 34 rupees. So 34 is the correct answer. See how small question, how easy this was. Is it clear to everybody? I think this was a simple mistake many of you were doing, that you were just adding 30 or 10 in the respective person's transaction, but you weren't subtracting. Are we clear? Okay, let us see the next question then. Let me know if you are not understanding anything. I can repeat. Do we have any doubts? Okay, let us do this 11th one. This is quite easy. Everybody is able to answer the first one. 22 by 47 is absolutely correct. But I can see so many of you making mistake in the second one again. Let's solve the first one. They have given a upon b equals to 3 upon 7. Right? I'll take a common multiple x. So a is 3x, b is 7x. I have to find what is 5a. 5a plus b upon 4 times a plus 5 times b. Correct? That will be 5 3s are 15x plus 7x. 4 3s are 12x plus 35x. So that gives you 22x by 47x. 22 is to 47. Everybody got this one? Good. But so many of you are making mistake in the second one. Start answering the second one now. Come on. Manasi, the second is wrong. अरे second वाले कितने गए और answers? Give me the second answer. Okay, whoever, majority of you have answered 47 is to 13, which is absolutely wrong. Because you are making the same mistake I told you not to do. right? If they have given you a ratio A upon B as 3:2, you directly have taken that A is 3, B as 2 and have substituted your values over here. 9 5s are 45 plus 2 47. This is what you have done, guys. We had just discussed in the start that whenever a ratio is given, you cannot directly take the values, right? This is wrong. If a ratio is given, where is your common multiple? Who will consider the common multiple? It will be 3x the whole square plus 2x upon 5 times 3x minus 2x. So in the denominator, you will get 15x minus 2x, that is 13x. But in the numerator, you get what? 5 into 9, 45. But this is x square, no? Plus 2x. Now, can you add 45x square plus 2x and say it is 47x? Can you add the numerator, guys? These are two different terms. X square hai, x hai, you cannot add it. You'll have to keep it as it is. And until and unless you do not know what is x value, you cannot solve it further. So you cannot determine the answer, no? See how two different answers you can get if you just miss out this small x common multiple. Are we clear with this, everybody? Come on, a quick yes, whoever have got it wrong, since majority of you have got it wrong. A basic mistake, right? See? Okay, do this one. Yes, that is correct. So how do we solve this question? A upon B, similar way. A upon B, 3 by 2. So let's take a common multiple. Let's 2 times 3x minus 3 times 2x upon 4 times 3x the whole cube minus 2x. Now, if you solve the numerator part, you get 6x minus 6x and whatever comes in the denominator. But can you see the numerator becomes 0? And in any fraction, if the numerator becomes 0, then the entire fraction becomes 0, no? So cannot be determined नहीं होगा यहाँ पे. नीचे ठीक है x cube आ रहा है तुम लोग को कुछ तो, right? But ऊपर आपका numerator ही 0 हो रहा है, and the entire fraction becomes 0. So 0 is the correct answer, guys. Okay? Do this question now. That is correct. Absolutely correct, guys. So this is quite an easy one. We have 1560 and we have to distribute it between A, B and C in the ratio half is to 1/3 is to 1/4. Now, instead of dealing with these ratios, I'll first convert it into integers. I have 1/2, 1/3, 1/4. इसको integers में convert कैसे करेंगे? Denominators को same करेंगे by considering the LCM. 4, 3 और 2 का LCM क्या है? 12. So denominator को 12 करेंगे. So here I have to multiply by 6. Here I'll have to multiply by 4. Here I'll have to multiply by 3. So this gives you 6 is to 4 is to 3. बाकी 12 will get cancelled out. Correct? So this is the integer ratio in integer form. That means I can distribute 1560 between A, B and C in the ratio 6 is to 4 is to 3. If I want C as a share, now there are many ways of doing this, right? Either you can do that, consider a common multiple x. So 6x plus 4x, 10x plus 3x, 13x should be equals to 1560. So x is how much? X is basically 120, and you want C is the share. C the share is 3x. So that will be 3 into 120, that is 360. So 360 is the correct answer, yes or no? Everybody's got this, good. Now do this one, come on. We'll do some few, 2-3 more questions and then we'll take a break, okay? And then we'll start with the new topic. Which part? Okay, the earlier question. See here, since we have fraction based ratio, what we do is, मुझे अगर उसको integers में convert करना है ना, so it is half, 1/3, 1/4. तो अगर denominators को सबको same किया जाए तो denominators cancel out होके सिर्फ numerators बचेगा ना, तो मतलब वो integers ही हुआ. Yes or no? तो अगर डिनोमिनेटर्स को सेम करना है तो ऐसे कौन सा नंबर है जो तीनों के टेबल्स में आएगा? तो 12 इज द एलसीएम. एलसीएम फाइंड करेंगे 2, 3, 4 का. तो 12 करने के लिए मुझे 2 को 6 से मल्टीप्लाई करना पड़ेगा, तो नीचे के तो ऊपर भी करना पड़ेगा. This is what you get, right? So 12 will get cancelled out. So you'll left with 6 is to 4 is to 3. Understood now? Pratik, did you understand? Okay, so we were on this question. अच्छा 30 next part. अरे बाबा, I added this, no? अगर A को 6x parts मिला है, B को 4x मिला है, C को 3x मिला है, if I add this up, तो 13x होगा, मतलब ये पूरा पार्ट्स मिलके 1560 होना चाहिए ना। अंडरस्टूड नाउ? ओके Shri, I guess that is not correct. I don't know. It could be correct as well. Let's see what others reply. I'm not sure of the answer for this one. So I'll have to solve and see. Others start replying. Okay, I can see some people are answering 10 and some people are answering 15. Okay, so let us see what is the correct answer. So here they have given the ratio of present age. Age का question है, तो मैंने बोला था present age से start करोगे तो it is always better. So present age का ratio दिया है. They have not given directly the ages. So I cannot say that A is 11 years old or B is 4 years old directly. Ratio है, तो common multiple x consider करना पड़ेगा. So I'll say A is 11x years old and B is 4x years old. Correct? नाउ 15 years ago, अभी देखो, अभी प्रेजेंट एज मिलने के बाद अप्लाइंग द कंडीशन बिकम्स इजियर. 15 years ago मतलब आज से 15 साल पहले, तो सब्ट्रैक्ट करना पड़ेगा प्रेजेंट एज में से. सो ए विल बी 11x, आज का 15 साल पहले विल बी -15, 4x -15. So these are the ages 15 years ago, and the ratio was 8:1. 8:1 रेशियो कब था? जब उनका एजेस 11x -15 एंड 4x -15 था, तब आपको रेशियो आया 8:1 का. सॉल्व करो ये. व्हाट इज द वैल्यू ऑफ x दैट यू गेट? टेल मी. So you get x is equals to 5, yes or no? So if x is 5, you have got that this a is going to be 11 into 5, that is 55 years old, and b is 4 into 5, that is 20 years old. But now we are dealing with c's present age. c का present age का कुछ relation दिया है क्या? नहीं दिया है. So let's assume that c is c years old. Present age क्या है c का? c. ओके, ऐसे अज्यूम करते हैं. तो नाउ लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड. उन्होंने क्या बोला है? 5 years ago. ये एक अलग कंडीशन है. बी और सी का दिया है, तो बी आज के घड़ी में 20 years का है, तो 5 साल पहले वो 15 years का होगा. राइट. सी आज के ईयर में वो सी है, तो 5 साल पहले वो सी -5 होगा. यस और नो? एंड देयर रेशियो इज गिवन एज 3:2. So 15 upon c minus 5 is 3:2. Ones are 5s are, so you get 5 2s are 10 equals to c minus 5. So c will be what? 10 plus 5, 15. So 15 is absolutely correct. So whoever has answered 15 is correct. Good. So present age 15 hai, that is absolutely correct. Am I clear with this? Tejashri, understood? Medhui? Do this question. So this is quite an easy one. A varies directly with B when C is constant. So A is directly proportional to B and inversely proportional with C. So if we remove the proportionality constant, you get something like this. So I can say A into C upon B is constant. So I get this relation. So can I say that A1 into C1 upon B1 will be in proportion with A2 into C2 upon B2? Yes or no? This is quite an easy one. So in that case, now directly substitute your values. Given that when A is 16, B is 28, C is 7. So when find the value of A when B is 9 and C is 6, that is it. You directly have to substitute your values and find the answer. Give me the answer now. Yes, Rutija, that is perfect. Good. Answer this. Come on. I will explain it again. They have said A is directly proportional to B. Remember in the start we had discussed when the quantities are directly proportional, their quotient is constant. Their quotient is constant. And when the quantities are inversely proportional, their product is constant. Yes or no? That is what we have taken. So we have just formed the proportions if A1 and C1 is given. For A1, right? For A1, C1 and B1, we have just formed the proportion. A1 into C1, this is inversely proportional. A1 upon B1 directly proportional. And you have to only substitute the values they have given in the question. So you get 1s are, 2s are. So you get A2 is equals to 2 into 3, that is 6. 6 is the answer, guys. 6 is absolutely correct. Okay. So I hope you have understood this. This is a good question. Let's do this one and then we will stop. Okay, so what is the answer? I can see so many of you are answering 1:1. That is absolutely wrong, right? What many of you are doing is, I know how to find savings. Savings कैसे find करते हैं? It will be total income, जितना कमाओगे उसमें से हम लोग ने अगर expenses निकाला तो savings बचेगा. So what many of you are doing is, they are saying, you know, Ashok and Babban. Ashok Babban का income दिया है कि 3:6:5 है, तो कॉमन मल्टीपल लिया तो अशोक का इनकम है 6x, बबन का इनकम इज 5x. फिर एक्सपेंसेस दिया है तो वापस यही लिया, तो ए का लिया 3x एक्सपेंसेस और बी का लिया 2x एक्सपेंसेस, राइट. तो अशोक और बबन का देखा तो सेविंग्स कितना होगा, 6x - 3x, दैट इज 3x, राइट. दिस इज इनकम, दिस इज एक्सपेंसेस. एंड बबन का देखेंगे तो 5x - 2x आया 3x, तो आया 3x is to 3x, that is 1:1. This is how you have answered, so many of you. That is not what you do. The basic mistake that you are doing is, you need to understand that when you are dealing with two different ratios, you cannot use the same common multiple. दो अलग अलग रेशियोज दिया है तो दो रेशियोज का रेड्यूस होने का फैक्टर भी तो अलग अलग ही रहेगा ना. आप एक रेशियो को अगर 2 से डिवाइड कर रहे हो तो दूसरा 3 से हो सकता है, 4 से हो सकता है, 5 से हो सकता है. So you cannot take the same common multiple, guys. So in that case, if you are taking X for income, you will be taking Y for expenses. That is how you are going to do over here. I hope you are understanding. So expenses का अगर दिया हुआ है, the ratio as 3:2, I will consider another multiple. That means A's expenses is 3y and B's expenses is 2y. So total savings would be what? It will be income minus expenses, income minus expenses. So how will you form the ratio of savings? 6x minus 3y upon 5x minus 2y. Now you cannot cancel out x and y as well. You do not even know the values of x and y. So can you determine the answer? You cannot. So the correct answer is cannot be determined. I hope you have understood properly how to solve these ratio problems. You have to be very careful with what common multiple. First, that you have to take common multiple. Second, that if you are dealing with 2-3 different ratios, you have to consider different common multiples. Am I clear with this, guys? So this was equations and ratios for you all. Are we clear with these topics, guys? Perfect. So it is 11:10 right now. 11:06, I'll say. So we'll resume by 25. Right? We can take a break. I'm not ending the session. I'm just stop sharing it. Right? So what I'll do is I'll keep everything on mute and everyone on mute. We will resume by 11:25. Okay? And then we'll start with a new topic. Do not miss the start. Guys, do not miss the start. We will be doing percentages and profit and loss. So take a break. We'll join by 11:25. Welcome back, guys. Am I audible? Can I get a quick yes from everybody? Is everybody attentive? Is everybody there? Okay, great. So let us start with the second session, second topic for the day, that is percentages and profit and loss. Quite an important as well as I'll say easy if you understand the concepts, right? Let us first start with percentages. Let us first start with percentages. Now, what do you understand by percentage, guys? Before starting with percentage, let's understand fractions then. What do you understand by fractions? Let's say if I have a pizza, I'm dividing that pizza into 4 equal parts. 4 equal parts, okay? And if I ask you this part is what fraction of the entire pizza, then how will you say? Or if I ask you, I eat this pizza, then what fraction of the pizza did I eat? How will you answer? Come on, quickly, everybody. Yes, that is correct. You will say this is, you have, I ate 1/4 of the pizza. So fraction will be 1/4 or 1/4, correct? So when I talk about fractions, how do you represent it? So fraction is basically a part out of whole of something. This is important, of something. You just cannot say 1/4. I ate 1/4. What is 1/4? Fraction is always part upon whole of something. I ate 1/4 of the pizza, 3/4 of the cake, right? Girls are 2/3 of the class, right? So it is always with respect to something. Is this thing clear? So this part is one part out of total 4 parts. So this is going to be 1/4 of the pizza. Am I clear with this? So similarly, we will be dealing with percentages. Again, if I have a pizza, I divide it into 4 equal parts. I eat this part. Then what percentage of the pizza did I eat? What percentage of the pizza did I eat? Come on. What percentage of the pizza did I eat? This is quite an easy part, everybody. Yes, that is correct. Right? So when I calculate percentages, even percentages are part upon whole. But fraction में क्या हुआ? Part upon whole of something, जो भी पूरा है उससे उसमें से part upon whole निकाल रहे. But यहाँ पे percentage होता है always with respect to 100. So I will be calculating part upon whole of 100. So this is one part out of total 4 parts, 1/4 of 100. That is 25%. So percentage is calculated with respect to 100. I hope it is clear to everybody. So you need to understand one thing, that if you have to calculate or find the percentage, you have to multiply by 100. And if percentages are already given to you, you divide by 100. Percent. Per means what? Per cent, right? Cent means 100. Per means upon. So if I have 120%, it will be 120 per 100. Right? 135%, it will be 135 by 100, and so on. Everybody is clear with this? Now, next that we need to understand is, right, that what if I ask you to find 25%? Or what if I ask you to find 40%? If I say find 40%, then what will you say? ऐसे का ये इनकम्प्लीट क्वेश्चन हुआ ना. फाइंड 40%. आपका पहला क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए 40% ऑफ व्हाट. फाइंड 20%. 20% ऑफ व्हाट. फाइंड 30%. 30% ऑफ व्हाट. सो ये जो परसेंटेज होते हैं ना, वो हमेशा किसी Percentages are always given with respect to something, with respect to some value, with respect to some object, correct? 25% of 100 निकालो या 35% of 150 निकालो. I hope you are understanding. So सिर्फ percentage नहीं दिया जाएगा. Percentage with respect to something will be given. If with respect to is not given, you can assume 100, right? You can assume 100. So if I ask you find 40%, you will say 40% of what? अगर कुछ दिया नहीं है तो assume let's say 40% of x और let's assume 40% of 100. नहीं तो वो लोग बोलेंगे find 40% of 200. So find करो. 40% will be 40 upon 100 of 200. So you will say 80. I hope it is clear to everybody. Now this is when you are asked to calculate percentages. दूसरा concept होता है original value दिया रहेगा, percentage increase या decrease दिया रहेगा. You have to find the new value, correct? Then how do you do that? So before that, we need to understand one basic thing. Right? That every object in itself, everybody pay attention, huh? Every object in itself is 100%. Every object, whether it is a value or an object or a person, everything is 100% in itself. Correct? So in that case, correct? In that case, what if I say a one pen? So this one pen will be 100% in itself. If I talk about one laptop, so this one laptop will be 100% of itself. Let's say if I'm talking about myself, I am 100% of myself. तो जो भी परसेंटेज इंक्रीज या डिक्रीज दिया रहेगा ना, वो हम लोग को 100% के रिलेशन में यूज करना है. इंक्रीज है तो 100% में ऐड करो, परसेंटेज डिक्रीज दिया है तो 100% में से सब्ट्रैक्ट करो, एंड देन फाइंड द न्यू वैल्यू. अगर मुझे मेरे पास ₹20 है तो इवन दिस विल बी 100% ऑफ इटसेल्फ. आई होप यू आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग दिस. And 100% is same as writing 100 by 100, that is 1. So fraction or ratio value may it is considered as 1, percentage may it is considered as 100%. Either way is correct. Now how does this work? Let's assume that you are given an original value. Let's say आपका original pocket money है ₹200, right? But आपने request किया, बोला बढ़ाने को, तो I said okay, I'll increase your pocket money by let's say 20%, right? So I'll increase the pocket money by 20%. तो 20% से बढ़ा रहे तो हम लोग न्यू वैल्यू डायरेक्टली कैसे फाइंड करेंगे? एवरीबडी पे अटेंशन. तो दिस 200 इज 100% इन इटसेल्फ. तो इसको अगर 20% से बढ़ाना है तो कितना होगा? ये ऑलरेडी 100 है, प्लस 20 करेंगे तो वो हो जाएगा 120% of the original value. So 120% is 120 100 by 200, that is 12 2s are 24. 240 will be my new pocket money. Did you understand? You can directly use this particular step instead of first finding 20% of 200 क्या है, चलो 40 है, फिर उसको ऐड करो 200 में तो you'll get 240. Don't do all those steps. वो भी यूज करेंगे, पर आपको समझना चाहिए कि वो कब यूज करना है और ये कब यूज करना है. ठीक है? सिमिलरली अगर आपने एक नया फोन खरीदा, लेट्स से उसका ओरिजिनल प्राइस है 1000 और लेट्स से उसका ओरिजिनल प्राइस है 2000, राइट? अभी ऑब्वियसली 2 साल बेचेंगे तो लेट्स से उसका वैल्यू डिक्रीज हो गया बाय लेट्स से 15%. So in that case, how will you find the new value at which you have to sell the product? Right? So I know this 2000 is 100% in itself. Original हमेशा 100% consider करो. फिर उससे मुझे अगर डिक्रीज करना है 15%, तो कैसे करोगे? 100 में से 15% डिक्रीज करोगे, that will be 85% of the original value. So 82s are 160 plus 10, that is 170, and then the extra 0. So you get 1700 as the answer. Am I clear with this, guys? Are we clear with this concept, everybody? Come on quickly. So what did I basically do? Right? So if I have to find new value, right, we will be considering that 100%. उसमें जो percentage increase या decrease दिया है वो add करो, correct? Multiplied by the original value. So this acts like a formula, but you don't require this formula, no? You directly understand the concept. So now if you are clear with percentages, no, then it becomes easier to calculate or to deal with profit and loss as well. Profit and loss be same to same, yahi concept hai, guys. Only the values used are different. Sorry, only the terms used are different. यहाँ पे जहां हम लोग इंक्रीज बोलेंगे वहां पे प्रॉफिट बोलेंगे, परसेंटेज इंक्रीज बोलेंगे तो प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज बोलेंगे, डिक्रीज हुआ है कुछ तो लॉस हुआ है, परसेंटेज डिक्रीज फाइंड करना है मतलब ही लॉस परसेंटेज फाइंड करना है, न्यू वैल्यू फाइंड करना है मतलब ही सेलिंग प्राइस फाइंड करना है, राइट? सो दीज टर्म्स आर डिफरेंट बट द कंसेप्ट इज लिटरली सेम, राइट? आई जस्ट वी कैन जस्ट कंपेयर क्विकली द टर्म्स यूज्ड. यहाँ पे जिसको हम लोग ओरिजिनल प्राइस बोलते हैं वहां पे हम लोग उसको क्या बोलेंगे? कॉस्ट प्राइस, ओरिजिनल प्राइस ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, द प्राइस एट विच यू बाय द प्रोडक्ट. यहाँ पे जिसको हम लोग न्यू प्राइस बोलते हैं उसको हम लोग यहाँ पे सेलिंग प्राइस बोलेंगे. न्यू प्राइस कब मिलता है? परसेंटेज इंक्रीज या डिक्रीज करने पे ओरिजिनल वैल्यू में. सिमिलरली सेलिंग प्राइस कब मिलता है? प्रॉफिट या लॉस परसेंटेज अप्लाई करने के बाद. आई होप यू आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. इंक्रीज कब होता है? जब आपका न्यू वैल्यू बड़ा हो ओरिजिनल से, तो जो डिफरेंस मिलेगा वो आपका इंक्रीज होता है. यहाँ पे क्या होगा? प्रॉफिट वर्ड. दैट विल बी व्हेन योर सेलिंग प्राइस इज ग्रेटर देन द कॉस्ट प्राइस. डिक्रीज क्या होगा? जब न्यू वैल्यू छोटा है तो ओरिजिनल माइनस न्यू, यहाँ पे हम लोग उसको बोलते हैं लॉस. कॉस्ट प्राइस बड़ा होता है सेलिंग प्राइस से. हाउ डू यू फाइंड परसेंटेज इंक्रीज? तो परसेंटेज इंक्रीज विल बी न्यू माइनस ओरिजिनल. डिफरेंस फाइंड करते हैं ना, अपॉन ओरिजिनल, ऑलवेज विथ ओरिजिनल. ओके, यहाँ पे प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज कैसे फाइंड करेंगे? सेम थिंग. प्रॉफिट परसेंटेज क्या होगा? सेलिंग प्राइस माइनस कॉस्ट प्राइस अपॉन कॉस्ट प्राइस. So whatever loss percentage or profit percentage you calculate, it will always be with respect to cost price. डिनोमिनेटर में हमेशा ओरिजिनल होना चाहिए. ओके. सिमिलरली जैसे हम लोग ने यहाँ पे न्यू वाला के फॉर्मूला लिखा था, न्यू इज 100% प्लस माइनस परसेंटेज इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इनटू द ओरिजिनल प्राइस. सिमिलरली सेलिंग प्राइस का आएगा 100 प्लस माइनस प्रॉफिट या लॉस परसेंटेज इनटू द कॉस्ट प्राइस. आर वी क्लियर विद दिस गाइस? कुछ डिफरेंट नहीं है यहाँ पे. विल स्टार्ट विद द क्वेश्चंस देन. जो भी अगर डाउट्स रहेगा वो क्वेश्चंस के टाइम पे सॉल्व हो जाएंगे. Should we start with the questions now? Okay, let us start with the questions then. This is the first question, everybody. Come on, start solving. Do not use your calculators. There are only 2 answers till now. Why so? Others are not able to answer this. Riddhi, that is correct. Ajay, that is correct. Good. So I want everybody to pay attention. Let's see how to solve this one. Yes, Amisha, that is correct. Come on, pay attention, guys. Bhakti, Sanket, that is correct. Good. So how do we solve such question? I told you, if you know, first of all, they have said Dipin score is 15% more. मतलब Dipin का जो score दिया है वो with respect to रफी दिया है, रफी का जो score दिया है वो with respect to चंदर दिया है. तो हम लोग क्या करेंगे, हम लोग चंदर का assume करेंगे, या फिर if you try to keep it like this, let's say चंदर score is C, then चंदर is obviously 100%. So Rafi is 10% less, so that will be 100 minus 10, that is 90%. 90% of Chandar. Then Rafi is 100%. So Dipin is 110%, 15% more, that will be 100 plus 15, 115% of Rafi. Right? So obviously when you do all this, know what is R, what is D, what is C, you are going to take time. Then they have said Dipin minus Chandar is 14. So Dipin is 115% of R. Chandar will be R upon 90%. How are you going to solve this? This will take a good amount of time, right? So instead of dealing with so many variables, I'll just deal with one number. I'll assume one number, that is 100. That becomes easier, right? I hope everybody is paying attention. So I'll assume that Chanda's score is 100. Assume. If Chanda's score is 100, then what will be Rafi's score? Rafi's score is 10% less. This is already 100%. 100% with a 10% less, that will be 90% of what? Of Chandar's score. 90% of 100 is 90. Right? And then Dipin's score, now this Rafi's score will be 100%. The Dipin score is 15% more. So 100 में or 15%, that will be 115% of Rafi's score, that is 90. See, this is easier to solve. So this gives you 11.5. 115 by 10 is 11.5 into 9. Solve this, you get 103.5. So now I have got these scores. When I assumed Chandar as 100, I got Rafi as 90 and I got Dipin as 103.5. Why I could get these values? Because the percentages are fixed, right? And they have given that Dipin and Chandar's difference is 14. Yes or no? They have given it in the question. But whatever I have assumed, अगर उसका मैंने difference find किया तो Dipin और Chandar का, तो I get 103.5 minus 100, that is 3.5. What I assumed, I got difference as 3.5, but the actual difference that they have given is 14. So I can directly compare, right? If the difference is 14, right, it is equivalent to 3.5, or I'll go ulta. The difference that we have got 3.5 is equivalent to 14. Then Rafi's score that we have assumed as 90 is equivalent to what? Directly compare करो, आपको आंसर आ जाएगा. अगर 3.5 का equivalent 14 है, तो 90 का equivalent क्या होना चाहिए? So you get the correct answer. Let's say that is R. So R will be 14 into 90 by 3.5. 14 into 90 into 10 by 35, right? 2s are, 5s are, 1s are, 2s are. So you get 90 into 4, that is 360. See how easy it becomes to solve. It becomes easier to solve, guys. Again, I will not be writing all this. I'll directly come to this, this, and this. I hope you are understanding. Then you directly compare. Which part do you want me to explain? We have just assumed Chandar as 100. Rafi is 90, 10% less. So that is 90% of 100, that is 90. And Dipin is 15% more. So 100 plus 15, that is 115 of 90, that is 103.5. So the difference between Dipin and Chandar that we get is 33.5, but they have given that the difference is 14. So we directly compared that 3.5 difference is equivalent to 14. Then what is 90 equivalent to? That is Rafi's score is equivalent to what? Cross multiply, you get the answer. Now, how did we get this? If you guys have come late, we have already discussed this. How do we get 90 or 150? Am I clear with this, everybody? Come on, a quick yes or no. I want everybody to answer. Come on, quickly. If not, I can explain again, but let me know if you guys have understood or not. This is an easier way to solve. Or you can do trial and error. That is what Riddhi, that is the first thing I gave you, no? XYZ मतलब वो CRD लेके चंदर का CR का रफी का RD थोड़ा सा difficult नहीं जा रहा है वो? While solving, you get something like this, no? You get something like this, that Dipin is 115% of R and Chandar is, I got that Rafi is 90% of C, no? So C will be 90 R by 90%. Correct? Something like this. If you find this easier, obviously, Riddhi, you cannot use a calculator, no? So how did you solve this? Didn't it take time, by the way? If you were able to solve it more easier, it is okay, you do it this way, no worries, right? But 100 is always a good thing to go with, right? You can just see, just solve it using 100 if it takes same time or lesser time. If not, then you can just stick to your method. Solving is more important, getting the correct answer is important. Okay, do this question now. Okay, let us solve this question, everybody. I can see that so many of you are struggling for the 16.66%. How do we deal with such questions? Now, I want everybody to pay attention. Come on, because we cannot use a calculator, there are some commonly used percentages that you need to know about. So for that, you need to know the conversion of ratio values to percentages or percentages to ratio values, okay? Vice versa. So these are some typical ratio values to percentage conversions that you should be knowing or you should be by hearting, right? And the values are, first is 1/1. Let me just write it down. 1/1, 1/2, 1/3, 1/4, 5, 1/6, right? Then we have 1/7, 1/8, 1/9, 1/10, 1/11, 1/12, 1/13, 1/14, 1/15. Am I audible, guys? I was talking actually.
Just a second.
So how do we convert these ratio values to percentages? We multiply by 100, right? Multiply, these are values, no? Part upon whole somewhere. So you multiply by 100, you get the respective percentages. So this will be 100%. Multiply by 100, this will give you 50%. So writing 1 is same as interpreting as 100%. Writing 50% is same as interpreting as 1/2. I hope you're understanding. So 100% दिया है तो आप 1 यूज कर सकते हो, 50% दिया है तो आप half यूज कर सकते हो. It's the same thing, correct? So similarly, we have the other values as well. 1/3 can also be written as 33.33%, or 33.33 can be written as 1/3. This is 25%. This is 20%. This is 16.66%. See, this was in the question. Writing 16.66 is same as writing 1/6. Writing 1/6 is same as writing 16.66%. 1/7 is 14.28%. You can Google this chart as well. या फिर आप खुद भी निकाल सकते हो ये values. But make sure you by heart at least up to 10 or at least up to 15, guys. By heart. So this will be 1/11 will be 9.09%. This is 8.33%. 7.69, 7.14, 6.66. So बाकी percentages are easier to interpret. पर ये जब ऐसे values आते हैं तो आप कैसे करोगे? So all these are commonly used percentages, let me tell you, right? So you should know what their respective ratio values are. I hope you all have understood this. Now let us see this question, everybody. So can I, instead of taking 16.66, right? Instead of using 16.66 percentage, I can use its equivalent ratio value, that is 1/6, right? 25% ईजी है, बट अगर एक रेशियो वैल्यू यूज कर सभी को हम लोग वही यूज कर लेते हैं. 25% is same as rating 25/100, that is 1/4, and 60% is same as writing 60/100, that is 3/5. So I'll use these ratio values. Okay, so this becomes a fractional question. Understand what is, we have to find the final income. So let's say the income of Anil is X, or let's say income is I. Correct? So now let's go step by step. I'll use the branching method. So if the total income is I, right? Anil spent 16.66% of his income on rent. ये पूरे I में से 16.66, that is 1/6. 1/6 of what? 1/6 of the total income he has spent on rent. अगर I में से 1/6 of I उसने rent पे डाला तो बचा कितना? How much is remaining, guys? Tell me. So how you can do is, we know that fractions are part upon whole, no? ये I minus 1/6 I, ये सब करने से अच्छा हम लोग क्या करेंगे? डायरेक्टली देखो, ये 6 पार्ट्स में से 1 पार्ट अगर रेंट पे गया तो बचे कितने पार्ट्स? 5 पार्ट्स बचे 6 पार्ट्स में से. So this 5/6 of I is still remaining. ये सबको क्लियर है? फिर उन्होंने क्या बोला है? 25% of the remaining, 25% ऑफ आई नहीं चाहिए, जो बचा है उसमें से 25%. So 25% is what? 1/4. So 1/4 of what? 1/4 of the remaining money is spent on food. अगर 1/4, 4 पार्ट्स में से 1 पार्ट फूड पे डाला तो बचा कितना? 3 पार्ट्स. So 3/4 of what? 3/4 of remaining is still remaining. ये इतना बच गया है अभी भी. Am I clear till this step? Can I get few yeses? Come on quickly. पूरा एकदम लास्ट स्टेप पे जाके डाउट पूछने से अच्छा ये हम लोग स्टेप बाय स्टेप ही जाते हैं. ओके, फिर उसके बाद 60% ऑफ द रिमेनिंग ऑन एजुकेशन. फिर जो बचा है उसका 60%, दैट इज 3/5. क्या बचा है? 3/4 of 5/6 of I. ये जो बचा है दैट इज स्पेंट ऑन एजुकेशन. तो 5 पार्ट जो सबसे बाहर होता है ना वो कंसीडर करो. 5 पार्ट्स में से 3 पार्ट्स एजुकेशन पे गया तो अभी भी 2 पार्ट्स बचा है ना. 2/5 बाकी है रिमेनिंग का. So this will be your savings. ये पूरा बच गया, इसके बाद कुछ खर्चा है ही नहीं. Are we clear with this? And they have said that the savings is 4,500. तो ये जो मेरे पास बचा है 2/5 of 3/4 of 5/6 of I, ये मेरा जो सेविंग्स है दैट इज इक्विवेलेंट टू 4,500. ये इतना फाइनल बल बच गया है. तो अभी देखो, अगर पहले ही आपने डेसिमल में कन्वर्ट किया होता तो कितना डिफिकल्ट होता. फ्रैक्शंस में रखो उसको लास्ट तक. तो देखो 3 2 6 6 5 5 कितना आराम से सब कैंसल आउट हो गया. सो व्हाट इज योर फाइनल इनकम गाइस? 4,500 into 4, that is going to be 18,000. So 18,000 is the correct answer. Nobody was able to answer. I hope this is clear now to everyone. Is everybody clear? Come on. Let's see the next question then. Chalo, do this question. So yes, this one was quite easy. I can see so many answers. 480 is absolutely correct. Now this is an easier one. Two students, Sharan and Karan, took the test and Sharan got 65% of the maximum marks and Karan got 55% of the maximum marks. Now here the base value, that is maximum marks, is same for both. Maximum marks is, let's say, M. So Sharan got 65% of the maximum marks. Karan got 55% of the maximum marks. When the percentages are applied on the same value, right? When the percentages are applied with respect to the same value, you can directly add or subtract to find the difference or to find the sum. So if I had to find the difference between Sharan and Karan, it is okay to find the difference between their percentages because they both are applied on the same value, correct? So 65 minus 55 will give me 10% of M. The difference is already given, that is 48. So 48 is equals to 10%. So that gives you M is equals to 48. As simple as that. So 480 is the correct answer. Let's do this question. This was the previous question, my bad. Do you want this question? Prateek? Okay. So we are on this question. That is correct, Rutuja. Good. How about others? Yes, Jayesh, that is correct. Okay, let us discuss this answer, everybody. Praveen purchased the articles for rupees 123,684. Now, when you read this first statement, guys, first sentence, Praveen purchased articles for rupees 123,684. What do you understand out of it? What do you understand out of it? Tell me. Do you know how many articles are bought? How many number of articles are bought? Can you understand out of it? Can you understand that one article is for how much rupees? ये 123,684 देख के क्या फायदा होने वाला है अगर हम लोग को पता ही नहीं है कि कितने आर्टिकल्स है, एक आर्टिकल कितने का है या whatever it is, that is irrelevant for me, right? That sentence would be irrelevant for me. So I will not consider the statement at all. इसका कुछ use ही नहीं है. Now, he sold 60% of those at a profit and rest at a loss. Find the loss percentage on the remaining if the overall loss is 14%. I will go step by step. So I'll start with an assumption. Assume that we are dealing with 100 articles. It's a good number to deal with, right? Assume we have 100 articles. Assume that the cost price of one article is 1 rupee. Right? Assume that the cost price of one article is 1 rupee. So if I'm dealing with 100 articles, guys, tell me what should be the cost price then? What should be the cost price of such 100 articles? Come on quickly in the chat box, everybody. If I have assumed that one article is 1 rupee, then what will be the cost price of 100 articles? It will be 100 rupees, correct? Right? Now, for this cost price, What have they given? That the overall loss is 14%. मतलब loss दिया है 14% का. Then what will be the selling price, everybody? What will be the selling price of these 100 articles if I have to look at 14% loss? This cost price is 100% in itself. 14% का loss है, मतलब वो 86% हुआ ना. 100 minus 14 is 86%. 86% of 100 is 86. So for the 100 articles overall, cost price is 100 and at a loss of 14, selling price is 86 rupees. मतलब ये पूरा 100 articles का total selling price 86 rupees मिलना चाहिए. But क्या हुआ है वो हम लोग कैसे फाइंड करेंगे? तो उन्होंने हाफ ऑफ दिया है. उन्होंने बोला है कि आउट ऑफ दीज 100 आर्टिकल्स 60% ऑफ द आर्टिकल्स आर सोल्ड एट प्रॉफिट. 60% मतलब कितना आर्टिकल्स हुआ? 60 आर्टिकल्स हुआ. 60% of 100 articles is 60 articles. So what will be the cost price? 60 rupees as per 1 rupee 1 article cost. Profit दिया है 16.66%. I don't want to deal with this percentage. I will convert it into equivalent ratio value, that is 1/6. Correct? So अगर profit कितना हुआ? 1/6 of 60, that is 10 rupees. So what should be my selling price? 60 plus 10, that is 70 rupees. Yes or no? Did everybody understand कि ये 60 articles का मुझे selling price मिलेगा 70 rupees with a profit of 16.66%. Yes or no? So in that case, जो बचा हुआ 40 articles है, 40 articles में मुझे पता है कि cost price होगा 40 rupees, बट ओवरऑल सेलिंग प्राइस 86 होना चाहिए. उसमें से 70 रुपीज मुझे ऑलरेडी मिल गया, तो बचा कितना? 16 रुपीज. तो ये बचा हुआ जो 40 आर्टिकल्स है उसका सेलिंग प्राइस होना चाहिए 16 रुपीज. तो कॉस्ट प्राइस 40 है, सेलिंग प्राइस 16 है, तो ऑब्वियसली लॉस है ना. तो वो कितना परसेंटेज का लॉस है मुझे वो फाइंड करना है. सो क्विकली गिव मी द आंसर नाउ. हाउ मच इज द लॉस? So 60% will be the answer. See how easy this was. So whenever something is not given, assume 100, it becomes easier. Some cost price is not given, you can assume one article 1 rupee or something like that. Okay? Is it clear to everybody? Let me know if it is clear, yes or no. Come on. Okay. Do this question. I'll keep the answer for a while. Do this question. Acha, you want me to explain the last step? Let's do that. So what was the last step? इधर तक तो समझा आपको कि 100 आर्टिकल्स है. They have said out of this 100 articles 60% are sold at profit and the rest are sold at a loss. Yes or no? पर मुझे इतना तो 100 articles में से 60 articles are sold at profit and the remaining 40 articles are sold at loss. This is given in the question. And I also know if I consider the overall 100 articles, it is loss. So I know कि overall selling price has to be 86. But when I sell 60 articles at profit, I get 70 rupees का selling price. Right? तो 70 मुझे 60 आर्टिकल्स देके ही मिल रहा है, तो बचा हुआ जो सेलिंग प्राइस है 86 माइनस 70 दैट इज 16 रुपीज। 16 रुपीज मुझे ये बाकी के 40 आर्टिकल्स से मिलना चाहिए, और 40 आर्टिकल्स का कॉस्ट प्राइस ही जा रहा है 1 रुपी 1 आर्टिकल के हिसाब से 40 रुपीज, बट सेलिंग प्राइस मुझे मिलना चाहिए 16। तो लॉस ही है ना, लॉस भी दिया है क्वेश्चन में कि लॉस ही है, पर कितने परसेंटेज का, दैट इज व्हाट वी हैव टू फाइंड। So I applied. How do you find loss percentage? Cost price minus selling price upon cost price into 100. Done. I hope it is clear now. Do this question, everybody. This is quite an easy one, guys. Why so much time? Let's assume that the original numerator, okay, I can see. Yes, Riddhi, you got it correct. Tejashri, that is correct. Good. Let's assume that the original numerator and denominator are n and d. So let's say this is our original fraction where n is the original numerator, d is the original denominator. Right? So let's say this is 100% in itself and this is also 100% in itself. Now what is happening? The numerator is increased by 418%. This is increased by 418%. So what will be a new numerator, guys? It was already 100. It is increased by 418. So it will be what? You tell me, guys. Come on in the chat box. What should be your new numerator in terms of percentage? Come on. Yes, that is correct. So it will be 518%. Correct. Good. Now, similarly, your denominator is 100%. It is increased by 117%. So what will be your new denominator? Tell me. 100 plus 117, that is 217 percentage. So this is your new fraction, no? And they have given that is new fraction 518 percentage will get cancelled out. This new fraction is equivalent to 3 by 31. So you have to find what is the original fraction, that is n upon d. Rearrange. So 3 upon 31 into 217 upon 518. Solve this, you'll get the answer. I can clearly see that you have to get the answers properly. So in that case you can reduce it, no? Reduce होने वाला है, इसलिए तो इतने छोटे छोटे fractions है options में. So if you reduce it, I can say 21 7 कुछ तो 7 से divide होगा. 7 3s are 21, 7 1s are 7, 7 7s are 49, 4s are 28. 31 gets cancelled out. So 3 by 74. So easy this was. कितना आराम से cut हो गया. So 3 by 74 is going to be the answer. Are we clear with this? I hope you have understood this concept of increasing and decreasing values when increase and decrease percentages are given. Let's see the next question. Take this one. बंद कर. So that is correct, everybody. Those whoever have answered, 68% is absolutely correct. So see how easily you can go. Assume that you start, assume your original value is 100, okay? Assume original price is 100. So now what is happening? This 100 is further increased by 12%. This 100 is already 100%. उसको अगर हम लोग और 12% से increase करेंगे तो क्या होगा? 112%. Now this becomes your original value. This is 100% in itself. Then it is successively means पहले आप पहला percentage apply करोगे, फिर जो new value आएगा उसके ऊपर दूसरा, फिर जो new आएगा उसके ऊपर तीसरा percentage apply करोगे and so on. So this is the new value right now. So this is 100% of itself. So we are increasing it by 20%. So that will be 120%. Now this is the new value. We are increasing this by another 25%. Right? So that will be 100 plus 25, that is 125%. So this is going to be your new value, correct? So now, instead of converting into decimal and getting confused, I'll keep it in terms of fraction and I'll reduce it one by one. This is 5 zar, 4 zar, 6 zar, 5 zar. 5 gets cancelled out, 2 zar, 3 zar, 1 zar, 5 zar, 10, 6 zar. See, you get 56 into 3. 53s are 150, 60s are 18, you get 168. Originally was 100, now it has become 168. So obviously you can see there's an increase of 68%. So 60, or how do you find percentage change? It will be new upon new minus original, change upon original, correct? New minus original upon original into 100. You get 68% as the answer, right? So this was quite an easy one. Now do this guys, similar question है, original assume करो, percentage supply करो, फिर new value आएगा, find the percentage increase or decrease. How do you find percentage change? That will be new minus original upon original into 100. चलो solve करो ये. I hope everybody is following. Let me know if you have not understood anything. I can repeat. Solve this one now. Yes, that is correct, everybody. Good. So we have a rectangle. Let's say this is the length or this is the width. Either you can go ahead with L and W, or you can assume values and move ahead, right? Either ways, it is going to give you the same answer. Let's say the original length is L and the original width is W. So area will be length into width. Now, if it is increased by 15%, this is already 100% in itself. So it will become 115, right? Upon 100 into L. And this will be how much? 120%, 120 upon 100 into W. So your area will be what? 115 by 100 L into 120 upon 100 into W. Correct? So either so you used to solve this, you will get the answer. You can see the difference, how much you get. Or, right? Or, so you can do it as 11, my bad, 1.15 into 1.20 into LW. So this is the increase that you get. So you can just find the difference. If not like this, you can assume that the length is 10 and the width is 10, right? So if original length and width are 10, even if it is a square, right? It is still a rectangle. Square is a subset of rectangle, correct? So length and width I have considered 10. So my area will be 100. मैंने ऐसा दो dimensions लिया जो मुझे 100 का multiplication देगा. Okay. Now the new value is increased by 15%. New length is increased by 15%. So that will be 11.5 and the new width will be 120%. That will be 12. So what will be your new area? 11.5 into 12, that becomes 138. So original area was 100, now it has become 138. So there's an increase of 38%. So taking values is also easier, guys. You could take any length and any width, right? But जब 100 पे consider करें तो it becomes easier. Or you could have solved it like this as well. No worries. Correct. So यहाँ पे भी आपको same ही करना है. Now do this question. So guys, 10% is wrong. So many of you are answering 10%. That is not correct. We are almost done, guys. So make sure you are solving this part. A sugar trader declares that he sells the sugar at the cost price, as in at whatever cost price he buys the product, he'll sell it at the same price. That means cost price and selling price same होगा. अगर वो 10 rupees को खरीदेगा वो 10 rupees को बेचेगा, 100 rupees को खरीदेगा तो 100 rupees को बेचेगा. I hope I'm clear with that. Okay, so let's assume. So ऐसे टाइम पे assume that 1 gram of sugar is 1 rupee. Assume करो. So if I'm talking about 500 such grams, what will be the cost price? 500 rupees. And tell me what will be the cost price, selling price, guys? जितना cost price है उतना ही selling price होना चाहिए. He has declared. तो अगर 500 का sugar है तो वो 500 को ही sell करेगा. This should have been the case. But what is happening? वो sell कर रहा, वो instead of 500 grams, he is only giving out 450 grams. मतलब वो दिखा रहा है कि वो 500 ग्राम दे रहा है, तो वो लेगा 500 रुपया ही, 1 रुपी 1 ग्राम के हिसाब से. पर वो खुद कितना दे रहा है? सिर्फ 450 ग्राम ही दे रहा है. मतलब 450 ग्राम उसको कितने में पड़ेगा? उसको सिर्फ 450 रुपीज में पड़ेगा, पर वो दे रहा है 500 के हिसाब से. आई होप यू आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग. सो आई कैन क्लियरली सी देयर इज अ प्रॉफिट ऑफ 50. Correct? So how do I find that profit percentage? So it will be selling price minus cost price, that is 50. Ones are, nines are, you get 100 by 9%. Isn't it same as 19? 9 11s are 99 plus 1. That is option B. Have you understood this now, guys? So this was an easy one. ये ऐसे टाइप के questions आते हैं. So you just have to pay attention. So ऐसे टाइम पे ना you can just start with an assumption कि अगर 1 article 1 rupee को है, या 1 gram sugar 1 rupee को है, या 1 liter petrol 1 rupee को है, right? Accordingly, you can just apply the conditions, right? We'll see one more question. Do this one. Come on. So let's see this question. They have said the cost price of 20 articles. Now now again we're talking about articles. So can I just say that let's assume one article is 1 rupee. Assume cost price of one article is 1 rupee. So if I'm talking about 20 articles, guys, right? If I'm talking about 20 articles, what should be the cost price of 20 articles? It should be 20. Selling price is given? No, there's no profit loss also given, so I cannot find selling price at all. Then we are talking about X articles, right? Can you guys tell me what should be the cost price of X articles? If cost price of one article is 1 rupee, then what will be the cost price of X articles? Come on. What should be the cost price of X articles? One article, 1 rupee. So X articles, yes, X rupees, correct. यहाँ पे selling price दिया है क्या? Yes, they have said the selling price of X articles, selling price of X articles is same as cost price of 20 articles. Cost price of 20 articles is ₹20. तो मुझे यहाँ पे दोनों भी मिलाना कि कॉस्ट प्राइस X है, सेलिंग प्राइस 20 है एंड प्रॉफिट भी दिया है 25% का. That is it done. I know how to find profit percentage. That is selling price minus cost price upon cost price into 100. Profit percentage is given as 25. This 100 goes out there. Cost price is X. Right? So let's see the cost price, or let's keep it as it is. 25 equals to 20 minus X upon X into 100. This is 1 zar, this is 4 zar. X goes over there, open the brackets, 24 are 80 minus 4x. That becomes 5x is equals to 80, x is equals to 16. So 16 is absolutely correct. Okay. So I hope you have understood, guys. आज आके पूरा percentage का ही concept है. So are we clear with this? I hope you have understood how to find new values or how to find percentage increase or decrease, or whether we are dealing with profit and loss and all that stuff. Are we clear with this topic as well? Come on. So do we have any doubts? So let us stop over here then. So we finished 2 topics today. First was equations and ratios, right? And the second one is percentages and profit and loss, right? So now in the next session, that is 2 to 4, we will be doing averages and mixtures and allegations. Another important topic. Make sure not to miss it. And starting के 10-15 minutes, 10-20 minutes से तो अपना theory part होता है. So don't miss the start part, guys. Concept से clear नहीं रहेगा तो फिर questions में आपको नहीं समझेगा, right? So attend initial part at least. Join at 2, right? खा लो, ज़्यादा मत खाओ नहीं तो नींद आएगा. So I'll see you in the next session then. About the practice questions, guys, the practice questions will be provided to you, right? Handout will be given. Is handout provided to you? If not, it will be provided, don't worry, right? It will have extra questions to solve in. Okay, chalo fir. I'll stop over here. Eat your lunch, but don't eat much or else you'll sleep in the class. Bye everyone, I'll see you at 2.